Let's see, everything looks good. Yep. Awesome. So now it's time for the fun stuff. So before I even crack into the instruction booklet here, I am going to just go ahead and get this stand put together. They tend to be pretty straightforward, so I'm not too concerned about looking at the instructions. What I should do though is use a different nipper though. Especially with all of this transparent plastic, it can be just tough enough, so I may as well do my due diligence here to try to spare my other nippers here. So that's the base right there. Then just need to free arms of it from this runner here. And then let's see, so this stand is pretty similar to the Buster Doll stand. And I've only ever built one, so we'll see if I can recall what needs to be done here. So this should be the joining piece between the two longer pieces. So let's go ahead and free that up quick. And then, let's see here. I'm almost nervous to do much else, because there's a lot of parts here. Let's go ahead and just do like a test fitting here at first, just to make sure I've got the right idea. Let's see, this is the protruding end, the wider end. How does it all interface here through these holes? So, just joining together these pieces for now. This shape should make sense for the most part. Now, something needs to fit into those holes there. And that looks like a job for one of these pieces. So it looks pretty interchangeable in how this is meant to work. So let's just go ahead and start snipping away here. So this will go into this piece here. And that should just go ahead and plant itself right there. Then now we have the smaller fitting, and that should go into this piece here. So let's just do that for now. I'm not super concerned about having all of the right pieces just yet. Mainly just something to hold the body as I start putting it together. So there, yeah. Quick and easy. That is a stand. And then now, I think it's time to take a look at what we've got here. So I'm just gonna set aside this other set of nippers for now. Pained me a little bit to use them on that plastic, but I believe it's more durable than my God Hand nippers that I have. So, let's see here. I want to check one thing quick before I get going too hard. Let's see. Okay, things look good. My bitrate graph is red on Twitch, so I was a little concerned about that, but that looks completely manageable. Okay, so yeah, we've got two parts to this booklet here. This first one here is this block 2M body, so I think before we even get to the defining features, we're looking at mainly constructing the body itself. So it looks like, yeah, we're going straight into the shoulders with B2 and B4. So B2 is probably going to be another smaller skin-colored runner. Right here, perfect. So 7 and 6 and 1. Easy enough. Yeah, since all of this is going to be like internal components, I'm not immediately concerned with cleaning it up. A lot of it should be good to just fit together and work on in that manner. So 7 and 6, perfect. Yeah, we are on the ground floor here. I'm just excited to get to it. I've been sitting on these Puni Mofu models for some time here. Got 4 of them. There's the Lang here that we're working on right now. And then I've got the Kuromao, the Yuki 2, and the Xiao. So I have plenty of cute kitty models to work on coming up here. So it's like here, this is going to be a pretty just rudimentary start. Get the shoulder joints into place on the core of the upper body. Yeah, that's fitting together quite well. Fighting with it too much here. Orientation looks correct too, so yeah, I think we just need the rest of this runner here to finish that off. And now we're getting to the more external facing side of the upper body, so I'm gonna definitely check for those nub marks there and get those cleaned up. Let's see, where did my glass file go? Aha. It's easy to kind of swim in all of this manual and paperwork. Yeah, so I got pretty close to these pieces, so I'm not going to be spending too much time working them down, but just enough to kind of get rid of any unevenness in the part. Now the last thing I want to have are these like little gnarled bits where I cut the pieces. So just making sure that it's cleaning up is really all I want and need to do. This is a little more uneven than I thought. It's starting to slim out. And this one here, same story. It's kind of running along the length of this piece versus owning the edge of it. And that'll be alright where it's at now. Yeah, this other side's totally good. And then on this piece, there's, yeah, similar small bits of marking. So as long as I hone these down, these should look pretty decent joined together. The good thing is, since this is a lighter tone of skin, it should be kind of hard to see unless you look really close. So, I mean, worst case scenario, I can always go back and do some seam removal with some sprue goo, but not immediately concerned about that. I'm more just excited to build and relax and have some fun here. So, let's see, I had that upside down. So we've got that first piece there, and then it joins up like so. And yeah, the top part of the upper body is coming together quite well already. So yeah, we've got the chest piece here, and it looks like we're working into the neck as well. So with that, let's see, B2, yeah, hey, nice. Ready to go. So I'm changing the angle. I'm coming at this piece just a little bit here, mainly to give me a better look at where the plastic joins from the sprue to the actual piece. And then up top, I'm just gonna cut farther away to give me a little more flexibility with honing these cuts here. Okay, those should be pretty clean. Yeah, there's maybe some slight work I need to do. And same with along the side of the chest piece here, so yeah, let's just go ahead and get that cleaned up a little bit. Oh shoot. Just remembered one more thing I wanted to add to my stream information, so once I'm done with this piece, I'm gonna do that quick. I did put uncle, but what about Oji-san? Gotta call it like it is, you know, I can't just pretend I'm young and spry. Let's see here, that's looking pretty good. Got just these smaller nub markings along the neck bone area. So yeah, just gonna hone and clean up each area I cut here. This is going to be a pretty prevalent feature in dress down. So yeah, now just gotta clean up this corner a little bit. Yeah, that buffed out quite nicely. Just kind of this little nub mark right here should be pretty good. Okay, let's see, just a moment. Eggs. Like a lot of people are using single. It's more correct to use two if I. Both. Why not? I'll have to dig into those tags later and just learn more about which ones are being used where. Okay, so now, yeah, we've got the upper chest piece here. That's going to join together like this. Yeah, I mean, the female form is already starting to shape out from these pieces here. So, let's see. We've got B1, B4, A1. Here's the base of the neck, it looks like. Oh, so these core bodies are very similar to the Buster Doll, actually, because the Buster Doll's very similar as well. That's cool. I really enjoyed the kit that I made that was a Buster Doll. So it's pretty exciting that the Puni Mofu is going to be very similar in that regard. Let's see, so A1 and B1. Oops. Base is down. Just going to make sure those are readily available and visible here. Let's see. Oh, A1's right here. Great. And B1 is probably, yeah, let's run her right at the bottom. So B16, I had a feeling it'd be this piece right here. Especially farther down, not super concerned about those cuts. An A18. I'm going to wager a guess at featured piece being the one that's meant to fit the head that I'm going to be putting together. Because all these other sizes of necks are very likely for, you know, frame arms girls and other Megami Device heads. Maybe even the SST line and what have you as well. So let's set these aside for now. I'm just going to do a little honing of those cuts there. And the instructions are actually very explicit about how they want you to assemble it. It's actually kind of nice. I'm used to these steps being that thorough. I mean, really, they all fit together one way anyway, so I think finer judgment can definitely prevail here. Okay, so yeah, that's cleaning up pretty well. I don't think there's much processing I can do beyond that. There's just this little nub mark at the base of the neck that really won't show much, but I may as well buff it out. Okay, and now, yeah, this little joining piece here I'm not even concerned with. So, yeah, I am kind of just going out of order with this, but really, there's no large need for that classical 1, 2, 3, this setup here. As long as it all fits, of which it fit quite well. So now it just goes down into the upper body like that. And yeah, we have the upper torso. Good to go. Now it looks like we're constructing the insides of the lower torso. It's going to be B1, B3. Let's see, this runner's been exhausted. Here's B3. Yeah, B1's going to have a majority of the lower torso there, it looks like. Yeah, looking at the steps too, the only other things we need are these pieces right here. So I think I'm just gonna free up all of these pieces first before I even think much further on it. Because it looks like we're just gonna be running through the entirety of this runner here, which is really nice planning and overall design of the kit on Kotobukiya's part. Because they could have easily piecemealed placements for all these parts across multiple runners on end. But it feels very thoughtful how they designed the runners for this kit in particular. Like, I've already exhausted 2 sprues that were just a couple minor parts, but they were also kind of dedicated to their use. So let's see, 2 and 1, excuse me. I'll just make sure that that gets paired up with the proper piece. So this is 2, goes with this piece here. 1 shall go with the other. And then the B3, 3. is what kind of anchors those two pieces together. So I'll just set it between them like that. So yeah, that's another runner down already. That's honestly impressive. I really like how planned out these runners are. So let's see, it's going to be 3, 4, 5, and 10 from B1 here. Here's 3, 4 right here. 5 and 10. Interesting. It's a polycap made of ABS alongside everything else. I'm not used to seeing that. Normally it's its own softer plastic. Okay. It's 4. 10. 3. And 5. Let's see. Yeah, I think I can start slapping a lot of this together. The inner pieces, as long as they fit, that's the most important part. Let's see. I don't think there's a specific way this is meant to go in, mainly just get connected. It's a little awkward, actually. There we go. This piece here. Oh, that's why this goes in first, because the peg that joins the pieces actually locks the joining part for the legs to this piece. It's a very thoughtful design. I really like that. So let's see here. Needs to be facing this way. And it needs to face or get attached here. And then the polycap looking piece goes right here. It would actually stick. Yep, looks like that's fitting just fine. And then I think the rest of this is just going to kind of marry together with the rest of this, like so. Very cool. And yeah, there's like some nub marking here, but like the entirety of this is going to be shrouded by the other pieces. And then we have E19. This one, I think, could... Well, actually, this also shouldn't need much cleanup, because this is the piece that interfaces with the upper torso. So it just gets popped on like so. There we go. Nice, firm snap. Okay, so now this is where we're playing with a bit more fire here. I want to make sure these are very clean. I think I'm actually going to take farther away cut just to make sure I'm not leaving any garish marks on it. Yeah, towards the lower part of the torso, this can be pretty close to the piece. but beyond that, no thank you. Let's take this nice and slow. There we go. As long as I'm intentional snipping here, there should be very little to clean up. A little bit, sure, but genuinely not too much. Yeah, you can hardly tell, honestly, that there were any nubs along these sides. That's a boon and a blessing. Because it's like these seams in particular where it really stands out if you make some pretty garish cuts on the pieces. There's a fair amount of whitening along this cut here. I think a lot of that will kind of buff out and self-correct. Just a little bit of tender love and care here. Yeah, that's about where I can get it. Yeah, there's just a gentle need for it right here. Honestly, this might even be fingernail worthy. Yeah, that looks pretty darn good. And we have right here. Nice. And then right here. Yeah, I would say that this is very nice. I am happy with how this is turning out. So, this needs to hit against that like so. And this piece here will kind of snap it all together. Nice. And the... Oh, I forgot about that. For these kits, this inner body isn't really held in place. It's more enshrouded by everything around it. Which means these will kind of act as a capstone to this part of the build. So once again, I'm just going to cut farther away from the actual plastic here just to make sure I can clean it up nice without really marring the base pieces here. Let's see here. I think... Yeah, I got pretty close on these cuts. Oh, nice. It's just a perfect straight through cut. Fortunately, though, there was a little piece of plastic in between the blades, so I just want to make sure that I take care of that before I get back to this again. It's always the worst, truly. Oh, that was the piece I just cleaned up. Okay. And now there's more plastic hanging off here. So these should actually just be pretty easy to snip alongside the actual lengths of it. Dang. That was so clean. Honestly, I don't even know if I really need to clean these pieces up. That's how cleanly these cut. So there's some slight stress marking there, but like it's hardly noticeable. I think I'm plenty happy with how this all shaked out here. So, butt complete. Oh, and it all fits together so nice too. That's genuinely just... That's always a treat, because it could be so much worse. It's perfect. Yeah, it's well beyond even being stated as cromulent. It's just great. Uh-oh. That's not so great, though. That needs to get freed up. Here we go. That's back to where it needs to be. That's the tough part about these pieces here, is that joining them can be a lot tougher when you don't really have that full through embedding of the pieces going together. It's better for more dynamic posing though, that's absolutely for sure. So I just want to make sure this is nice and straight, and yeah, I'd say that that's joined quite nicely. So, the main purpose of the stand, so I could just toss this on like so. So yeah, I can even just have it pointed up towards the camera here while I continue working on it, so you can get a good view of that progress. So now it looks like we're assembling the hands. I think I'm going to do the hands in one go for once. I tend to just pick one set and go with that, but not really in any specific hurry today. I just kind of want to chill and build. Okay. So, C4, 2, and 3. I believe that's D4. So, C4, right here. Need to do it 4 times. Easy enough. Let's see, it's even saying I can just cut this whole thing out first, which I think I will, honestly. It'll kind of keep them all in one place here as I... Oh, wait. Oh, that's big brain. Hold on. It's saying I should do this. No way. Instead of having to fit them together one by one, which is quite a nightmare, might I add, you just press them all together while they're on the runner still. That is brilliant. Kotobukiya, you make some fantastic kits. I'm losing my mind at this here. This is so good. And free up that joining piece. And it's just a matter of cutting them out along the sides here. That should be 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh man, I am a believer in Kotobukiya. That is brilliant design on their part. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, so let's see. Hands, I believe I saw were gray. I just want to make certain of that before I start. I want to make certain that these are fully together before I continue as well. There's like just a small bit of separation still, but really not much at all. So C3, actually it being C, it probably is going to be a skin colored piece. Let's see here. C2, C1, D1, no. Probably is this gray. Let's see, these are leg pieces. Aha. Let's see. What does she have here? She does have guns. So I should have the pair of the gripping hands, and then I think the open hands will be good for these. So let me just slide this back under here for now. Oh, and the gripping hands actually have different pieces for joining. It's these ones here. C4-1. So I can do every single hand in one go. That's really cool. Okay. So you're for the grippy hands. Set you aside. And then now, let's go wide with these cuts here, because the hands are probably the second most detailed part on these kits. I just want to make sure that I'm doing them justice when I clean them up. Okay, there's those. Closed fist 1. Closed fist 2. Then we've got the open hands. There we go. That's a whole other clean runner. So yeah, let's clean up the grippy hands first. I think that these ones are going to be definitely used coming up here. Okay, that'll need a little cleanup. I got better leverage on that piece. There was more to cut at. There we go. I want to even out this cut in particular. That's looking pretty good. And just round off this edge a bit. Part that marries with the skin piece. And just some light knuckle work that needs to be done here. And this is almost one of those look over your glasses kind of smaller details, but I'll try to keep things within the realms of the camera here for now. Okay. I'd say that's a fairly nice looking hand right there. And the piece that joins, yeah, this won't need much cleanup. That's one hand right there. Fantastic. Now this one should be a little easier. It was much easier to cut a lot of these nubs here. But always be diligent with cleaning these up. I'd rather take that extra moment just to make certain that it's how I like it than leave it looking messy to be discovered later. This is probably just going to be a straight build. Like, I'm not thinking I'm going to customize this much. Being my first Puni Mofu, I just want to make sure that it's well constructed, very cute. And the customization can always come later. And the Jin Lang dropped recently too, and that one could even be a customizable one for me. I'll have to take a closer look at it though, because a lot of these like alternate palettes on these Puni Mofus all look really good too in their own right. It's fairly clean now. The wrist piece looks good as well. There we go. That's one set of hands. And now... oh yeah, this is where the detail work is really coming in. Shoot. Need you to not be in the middle of my two blades, please. There we go. I don't want to be too rough too when I'm trying to remove it, because I've already had one god hand pair break on me. Okay, it's one closed hand that might need a little bit of touching up. Excuse me. These nubs have a mind of their own today, wow. It's another cleaned up hand, and I may as well get the open hands too while I'm at it. I feel like I'm trimming nails almost. Just how delicate I'm trying to be and making sure it's nice and even, uniform. there's definitely going to be quite the bountiful addition to the nub cup once I'm done cleaning all of this up here. Okay, so we're looking at a lot of really clean cuts here. Some light filing, it looks like. A lot of fingernail buffing too, just to be safe. Let's see. It's a gentle file spot right there. Oh, yep, there's one more little spot along the thumb. Yeah, sometimes these cuts are so fine that it's almost hard to find them, but then when you do, you're like, yeah, that could use just a little bit of touching up. The joy in just making it look as good as you can, though. It's a very therapeutic process. Okay, so there's just a little bit of touching up along the outer palm here. The inner palm needs just a little cleanup. It's almost an even surface. Yeah, there we go. That's very nice. And along the index finger, just a gentle need for no. Okay, that's one hand down. I think right here. A lot of the cut is kind of skewed to one specific surface, so that just needed more focused attention. And then now just along that pointing digit here. Yeah, these hands are as clean as can get. So then now I just want to make sure the open end faces inwards with these. And it's actually a recessed piece that goes into the hand. There we go. Okay. Open hand, looking good. Other open hand, looking good as well. And then we've got a closed hand right here. Oh, I didn't have that lined up exactly the way I wanted it. Like this. One more closed hand. Oh, I'm really liking this song. It's got very nice jazzy runs to it. There we go. All 6 hands complete. Let's see. Let's bop this bot quick. And then we're good for a page turn. Just going to set these hands by the faces here. Let's see. Or I just turn and forget. Those nubs need a home. There we go. Oh, 1-3. Right here. Perfect. We'll bring the body back into frame here. Yeah, I think it's going to be demolishing this C2. It's like there is this X3 as well. That's going to be the like wrist little bit here. So first, let's grab C2. That's absolutely a skin piece right here. And then X is likely going to be gray. It might be orange though. Let's see. Actually, it could even be white now that I'm thinking about it. Because the wrists are always more of an accent color than one of the more neutral colors. And my thought is correct in that regard. It's definitely not gray, so let's check orange. I have a strong feeling it's going to be orange. X3, where are you? You know what? I can be completely wrong on all of the colors until I hit the last one it can possibly be. It is absolutely going to be white. It's not even going to be white. I have a better idea. I think I know exactly what it's supposed to be. What do you know? The first runner I grab of this color, X3 right here. Perfect. So this is going to be the wrists, which are going to be X3 4 times 2. Which means that there are 2 of these exact runners. Like so. Very good. Need to grab my other nipper for this quick. And let's just free these pieces from the runner first. Kind of putting the USA Gundam Store nippers to the test with this here because it's very similar to God Hand nippers when it comes to like thinness and overall feel and build quality. Not sure if it's tougher. I mean, overall it's dealing with the transparent pieces quite well, and really, I mean, any nipper should be able to, at least up to a certain point. But yeah, this is cleaning up nice. I just know for sure the God Hand Lightning nippers are like shipped with the warning, you do any transparent cutting with this, you're going to have a bad time. So yeah, I'm just shoring up the cuts on this right now. And beyond that, I'll probably get at it a bit with the file, but when it comes to these transparent pieces, especially when they're circular in nature, it's kind of hard to get exactly where you want to be with them. Let's see, there we go. Just set that aside. And now let's free up first arm here. So 637, 132. Oh wait. Upper arm, lower arm. What's the play here? Oh, one is meant to be naked, and one is meant to have this piece here. Okay, that makes sense. So let's just get the naked arms done first. It's nice that they all just go in a straight line too. Another excellent sprue planning choice by Kotobukiya there. I'd wager these are pretty clean cuts too. Yeah, there's like no refinement I need to do on this piece. Maybe towards the shoulder? Yeah, just a touch. It's a nice little bump right here that needs to be rounded off. Rest of it, but very nicely. I don't even see a nub mark on this side. Then I do see one right here, but it's so fine. Yeah, that got fingernailed perfectly. Then here, probably a similar story. Oh. There's a slight need for a little more than the shoulder. Just go ahead and clean that cut up. Here we go. Then, yeah, I think that one's looking pretty good too. Then there was one note that was along this opening here, so I'm just kind of hitting it flat. And then it's like a small little mark right here around where the shoulder meets. And yep, towards the tip right here. Very small, minuscule nub mark. Go. Okay. So then it's holding piece on the left side, insertion piece on the right. Arm. Left arm specifically. Nice. And then now for the right arm, or left arm, excuse me. It's the right arm we just did. This is 389. 389. Easy enough. Good. Came apart quite nicely. Yep, just a little bit of edge rounding right here. Slight need for touching up along the upper part of the forearm. Okay, that piece is good. This one I might have gotten at a little too odd. Actually, no, that rounded out quite well. And yep, side of the forearm. Nice and clean. see. Oh yeah, I gotta hit the flat end of this too. It was a very close cut though, because I hardly saw anything. And this one here, opposites. There we go. 2 bare arms. And then looking at these other arms here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3. I think I'll do these arms in tandem here. Now this is where I need to be pretty mindful where these pieces land. We go. Another runner down. Okay, so need to do some light filing as always. Looks like these cuts might have been just a little bit messier than what I was doing before. The file work is very minimal. Yeah, that might have been even a little too much on that, but that's okay. Okay. Ooh, it's a big nub still on the shoulder area. Good thing this file just kind of eats through a lot of that plastic. Like if I really wanted to, I could do some pretty distanced cut on these and just work them all the way down with the file, but that alone compounds on the work needed to process things quite a bit. So It's not something I'm necessarily scared of by any means, it's just different strokes for different folks, and I would just much rather find a happier medium and getting closer to the actual plastic. Okay. Slight little bump. Yeah, and that went away near instantly there. So then, like before, I would wager this goes on the outside. This goes on the inside. So... and then this pops on as a capstone to this body part. Bingo. It's the right arm right there. The cool, transparent wristband. I love that actually. It's a very cool, like, aquamarine. Very neat. Oh, this is just humming along. I love that if you're really intentional with your cuts on these kits, you're not fighting with it all that much when it comes to cleaning them up. You always run the risk of cutting a little too much away when you're getting close to the quick on these pieces, but I think it's a pretty reasonable risk, especially like if you're not opposed to like doing some seam line removal after. Because those can definitely, like especially with sprue goo, kind of fill in where you might have been a bit too overzealous. And especially for models I like, sprue gooing is pretty much a guarantee. I've only done it with one kit so far, and I actually had a pretty heartbreaking end to the story with it. But the Tamamonomai Utage, that one I might have done a bunch of seam line removal for and whatnot, but then on top of that did some custom paint work on, and it was mainly just a light customization because I really wanted to just kind of get my feet wet with airbrushing. And then unfortunately I put it together a little too early, and I only found out very recently that I did, because I started disassembling her to give her a second shot at a new paint job, and broke some pieces. So yeah, you gotta be really careful if you're doing a lot of custom paint work, because the primer, especially if like paints haven't cured all the way and whatnot, I mean that's a really easy way to put something together once, and then the fate of the rest of it just kind of depends on how lucky you are more than anything else. Let's see here. So we're looking at the shoulders now. And I've been at those for about an hour straight, so I think what I'd like to do is just step away for a short little bio break. And what that means is I need to set up just a title quick to alert that I am away, so give me just a moment to do that, and then I shall be on my merry way. Yeah, it'll just be a few minutes. I'm excited to continue this build. Let's see here. Let's go ahead. Size 256 might be a little big. Actually, that's not bad. Take that. So yeah, I will be right back. Alright, back at it. Let's go ahead and just put some things away here. Get a little drink in. Title, actually. Get right back to building. So we need the shoulders. That's how these arms are going to interface with the body. Let's cut out the separators first. It's 3-2. That's what I was expecting. Look at this. And for now, this will probably be the last time I need these nippers right here. Just one more thing before I get back to it. There we go. Then, here is number 2. I am going to set this closer to me. And then now we get to the fun. Let's see, yep, C1. This guy right here. So 1, 2, 3. These are all 1, 2, 3. Makes it very easy. Let's just cut it all out. And I would wager that that extra set is in case something breaks. Maybe there is another color of shoulder that we'll use down the road here, but those tend to match ball joint that gets socketed in place. I'm surprised the instructions don't 2x this, but at the same time, each of the arms is a different arm. So it kind of makes sense in its own right, too. Let's see. It's like it's going to be this part. Okay. This runner's just about burnt here. And I think I got all the cuts close enough. Yeah, I think I'm just going to straight assemble these. So yeah, the ball joint needs to point upward in the way that it's getting attached here. And then we're looking at, let's see, let's do the right arm first. So we need this little separator here. Nice snug fit. That's the arm. And then let's go ahead and attach to it the open hand for the guns later. It's going to be this piece right here. Plus, that's actually a pretty decent, like, neutral hand as well. So this attaches right here. And I'd say that's a pretty natural seating position for the arm there. It's looking quite good, if I say so myself. And then now, same exact thing for this shoulder. Ball joint upturned. Sandwiched between the pieces, like so. Separator. Arm. Open hand. Let's see. I'd say that those arms are looking quite good. That's some great progress on the base body here so far. So now, it's 1-4. We're starting with the legs. Got it. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, everything else is pretty much just the remaining legs. Oh. Neat. Some other fun stuff with it too. Okay, so D4. Yeah, a lot of these D pieces are going to be these gray ones, I believe, so I'm just going to start grabbing the ones that look important. And that's going to be pretty much the majority of the pieces that I'm grabbing here. Okay, here's D4, D3. These are going to be the meat and potatoes of the body there. Then this will be the ankle joint. Interesting thing is that there's also these, which look suspiciously like wrist joints. I bet you they're meant to be different based on if you're using those wristbands or not. But I'm not gonna fuss with it for now. I'm not super concerned. It looks great, as is too. So, yeah, I think what I should do here let's try to process both of the legs at the same time. I think that makes the most sense. So 2 and 6 and 3 and 7. So this will be one knee. Six. Seven. Yeah. Bet you, yeah, these are the same number. Be right here. Okay, so got the orientation correct here. This just means mainly assembling it correctly at this point. There shouldn't be too much of a need for cleanup on these pieces too, because a lot of this gets obfuscated by the parts of the leg that actually matter more. There we go, that's the skeleton of the knee right there, with a D3-2 as the finish. I'm going to try to cut this as cleanly as I can so I don't have to necessarily concern myself with touching it up much. This is definitely one of those pieces that can get to that point. And there is one nub mark in particular I'll need to get after here. It's primarily along the side. I thought it was more of an angled cut the way it was molded, but I missed a good chunk of it along the side. That goes away quite quickly. Nice glass file. And then I may as well touch up just a little bit along those edge cuts. So if you look closely, there was a bit of a protrusion, but overall, very clean cuts otherwise. This is just that little bit of refinement that always goes well with the effort. So this looks like it's aligned well. Just a matter of pressing it all together. Actually, I have that upside down. There we go. We've got a kneecap. And then we want B2-3. This one. I know I said I was going to consider doing the legs in tandem, but I think I'm just gonna let it rock. Do one at a time here. Okay, and I'll want to make sure that all of these cuts are clean too. Yeah, some of these I kind of had to come at an angle, just make sure I was getting it nice and clean. Yeah, one of the nice things about doing a lot of these Kotobukiya kits is that you really start to notice a pattern in assembly, to the point that you probably could even just straight up try to go at it without a manual. But there's, especially for like the arms and the legs, there's just enough of a difference between the two sides that it's definitely worth having that manual around. Let's see, I think I'm just gonna have to have that little pressure mark there. Yeah, the pressure marks are very minor on this piece, but there are a few. And E5, 1, and 2. Wager, oh, they're not exactly the same. They're pretty close, though. It's 1. And then right here is 2. Press them together just like so. And then slide it on in, just like this. And that looks to be... Yep, that's exactly where I want it to be. Awesome. And D3, 5. Got caught by surprise with that sneeze. Let's see. I could use a little bit of cleaning up. Okay, so this will just go right on here. Yep. Then this piece joins. Oh, this is a first. There's a small separating piece right here, this X38. Normally it's just at the upper thigh that this happens. This is cool. I really appreciate this. Like, these separators are probably my favorite accent pieces in the bodies. Yeah, I'm not even gonna worry about trying to put this away again so quickly, because it'll definitely have a need coming up here. So this goes right here, and then this gets attached right here. So cool. I love that. Genuinely, that's a very cool design choice to include that even at this level of the leg. Now we're on to the grippers. And of course, I'm going to have to do toes. Let's see, D6. That is not going to be skin colored. Let's see. Oh, here we go. D6. We've got gray grippers here. We've got toes. D6, 4, and 5. It's going to be this piece right here. I'd venture a guess it's the piece next to it that's 5. And glancing over on the runner, that is exactly what the case is. Now we're on to the soles. That's probably the cleanest set of cuts I've gotten on the feet of any of my models so far. It's a little bit of refinement I need to do here. But yeah, this isn't like heavy filing territory, this is just get the cut to match the curvature of the foot just a little bit better. There we go. Yeah, the inside of the foot there should be fairly smooth and clean now. Just have a little bit of rounding towards the back. And then along the outside, just a small touch up. Yeah, these concrete slappers are coming along quite nicely. Just need to delicately graze where I cut here. Nice. There's hardly even any nub right here. I'll take that. Say that. It's far more noticeable to the touch than it is to the eye. That's unfortunate. It is evening out, though. It is a good sign. Almost. Okay, that's pretty clean. And then some rounding on the back too. This is one of the nice parts about taking it one at a time, is if I were trying to do 2 feet at once, I think my patience would be pushed a little bit. Like, this is just coming together very nicely because I'm not in any, like, personal hurry to get it assembled. You kind of put a little bit of pressure on yourself when you're doubling up work like that. Okay, and there's a little bit of over-filing on one side here. Fortunately. That's the inside of the foot. Outside looks better. A little chewed up. Better. Something I think will be hard to notice, honestly. And a lot of these like base feet I don't tend to keep for long on the model, because the mechified version just looks so cool. It's very loose. It's nice. Too nice. I don't like that. That's unfortunate. But also, I don't expect that I'll be making her stand on her bare foot here. Much, if at all. Yeah. Oh, man. That joining piece to the hole on the foot, it's like a hot dog down a hallway fit. It's very loose. Like that. Like, there's so much play, and the actual joint is not even moving. Okay, now we're capping off the top part of the leg. D2, D3. Ooh, those were nice cuts. Always a treat to be pleasantly surprised by my handiwork. D3-1. Little plug for that lower thigh. See, this I believe should only fit one way. Doesn't look all that picky actually, unless it's written in Japanese. That does not help me much. I think though, just with that dry fit, probably needs to go in this way. Yeah. Watch it not actually matter. It made enough sense the way it was fitting together as I was pushing it, so I'm not upset. I'm just cleaning up nub marks on the side. I'd noticed a trend on Twitter recently where a guy was building a PG model with like power tools. Like, it's the craziest toolkit imaginable. A part of me almost wants to try to do that with a kit, but I also care about my kits too much to subject any of them to it. Like, maybe if I get like an entry grade that I wouldn't be super married to, like a Gramps or something, maybe I could do something like that. But it's wild to me that someone's willing to spend like $500-600 on a kit just to completely butcher it with not specialized tools for the hobby. Like, it's your money, and you should do what you want with it. But like, as someone that builds all of these just out of pure joy and care for every single piece fitting together nicely and looking good overall, like, I just can't fathom doing that myself unless like it's purposefully for like a content purpose or something, you know? Okay, this is almost cleaned up. It's one nub that's being a little persistent. Not trying to be too rough with it too, because this gray is actually kind of marking up a little bit. Not too bad. We got the gray grippers that don't fit on the ankle piece. I'm losing my mind at this. This is so loose. Look, I didn't even push hardly and it just popped off. It's crazy work. Like, yeah, you don't do anything special here. Just put it together, put it on that peg, and it should stay. Actually, I'm curious. Okay, it has enough staying power to not get knocked off doing something like this, but just a light tap completely changes the position of it. That's so sad. Okay, so now, yeah, we're looking at one more separator, but we also need the actual thigh piece. And so, yeah, let's liberate the separator piece first. Here we are. Number 10. Okay. Separator piece right there. This runner can just be set aside now. Here's the rest of the thigh. Okay, and this one is 513. 5. One. This is pretty tough ABS right here. It's definitely fighting me a little bit. It almost feels more like Palm. Okay, so this... Aha. I'm thankful I didn't get too overzealous with my cuts. So that goes slotted in like that. This slides in. That? That's what it's telling me. A bit awkward conceptually. It's fitting. Aha. Yeah, it just seated itself against a rail on the inside of the thigh there. So now we're just playing the cleanup game on the thigh. Bless the undergate here. So it's definitely going to make cleanup a lot easier. Now, ultimately, there's just like one nub around the front of the upper thigh that needs some attention. And along that peg, there's like 2 of them. But those can be a little more haphazardly dealt with. Let's see. Yeah, that's... the nub's flat. A little discolored, but like... it's okay. And then one nub I cut down fairly flat, the other not so much. So I'm just gonna kind of hit whole half. Just the flat of the file. Yeah, that's smoothed out. And same over here. Slight ridge to it still, so just gonna keep at it. Okay, I think I'm hitting flat here, yep. Okay, so now this is assembled. This goes on here, and it attaches like so. Oh no. That joint is fairly loose too, actually. I'm not used to it being that wiggly. I'm not gonna be too worried about it. It is alarming enough. Okay, so yeah, I want to make sure that peg gets down as far as it can, because these can be a little finicky to fit. Yeah, that's one leg right there. I think I'm gonna challenge myself with not even looking at the instructions for this next one, because I've entirely ruled out the grand majority of wrong pieces I can use. Toes. Yeah, I think I can just press them all together, one part of the body at a time. Still not in any immediate hurry, so I don't want to cut out all the pieces and then get frustrated with myself over how much I'd have to clean up and then assemble. Did bite into the heel a little bit with that cut, though. That's unfortunate. Just need to make sure I clean it up as best I can without making it much worse. Ooh. Big nub. Not nearly as clean as the first time around. Okay. Oh, I think I bit into the heel a bit on that piece too. Super unfortunate. Okay. Almost done with the foot here. And just a little nub on the friction side. Yeah, this looks a lot better fit together than the other foot, but marginally so. Definitely a little too much sanding on my part for filing. That's okay. I don't necessarily mind that. It's a lot harder to replace plastic than it is to remove it, but doesn't mean I have zero options if I really wanted to clean it up. Okay. This fit. Not as loose. Well, it'll feel different once there's another piece of limb attached to it, I think, unfortunately. Wasn't bad. Oh, I think I'm getting the filing trick on these pieces at least. It looks like the nubs just very slightly cheat to a flat side. So that really helps with cleaning them up. Okay. Got a foot right here. Slots in just like this. And yeah, I mean the actual joint moves pretty well, but the foot is still loose. I'd even say the joint is a little tighter than I would want. But it's finer adjustments anyway. I'm not super concerned with it. Let's see, I'll need this piece here too. May as well get the kneecap while I'm at it. What's that piece with all of the knee joint fun? Aha. Not done cutting that. There's one piece fallen free. Another. Oh, these pieces are free. Okay. So the longer piece is on the bottom, and bottom is also where it's closer to the edge of the plastic. I would wager also it's reverse assembly. And it'll also be on the outside of the piece. This is where it joins. And then kneecap. Some light touching up. Then, yeah, we have a kneecap again. Uh-oh. I just noticed something. That's not good. I need to come back. I'm back. Wow. That's a little annoying. I do not know how long I was gone, but I have returned. I have to see if there's logs for me to look at for that. He said if it was like a memory leak or something. Okay, so this right here is good to go. And then just need a smaller separator. And then the smaller separator here fits against this piece here. The leg is coming together quite nicely. And we have this piece right here. As well as the fitting piece for it. That fit together beautifully. I'll even get this attached. Well, no. I have to do some cleanup closer to where it joins. Just some subtle white marking. Let's see. I think that might be a unfixable pressure mark. Well, getting at it a little bit here. Yeah, that's probably best it's going to be. Okay. Cleaned up quite well. So we'll get that pressed in now. And then we have the other thigh and the other separator as well. So let's free this up quick. And then let's complete this thigh. Similar strategy to before. I think I'll try to get that close immediately there. Because yeah, this snub just needing a slight filing is totally good. It's almost nice and clean. Still slightly raised in one spot. Actually, that just might be discoloration. Now, I want to be a bit more intentional with my removal this time. For some undergating, that was pretty sloppy of me, honestly. I don't think I actually, well, no, there's just a slight bump on this side. It's a little evening out. Okay. So you likely, let's see, how did this go together previously? Lip on the bottom, little notch top side. Oh, way though. Okay, that is now in. This is now in. Pop this on here. This right here. Then get this leg situated. Here we go. Now that we have both of the legs taken care of, the next fun bit to this journey is squishing them together a little bit more. Let's see. Yep. Knees do have the proper orientation. One seems a little bigger than the other, though. Actually get that right? Yeah, they've got the same curvature on the bottom half. Top half. This might require further investigation. Let's see. L on the top. Actually, I don't think I need to demolish it that far. I bet you if I just pull it here too. Yeah. These definitely look correct. And yeah, the knees line up too. Interesting. Yeah, they just look slightly different. I couldn't tell you why. Okay, left, yep, side. Right, this side. Alright. I need to be done fiddling with that. There we go. I mean, that's the base body so far. Is there anything else that part 1 wants me to do here? Let's see. Burnt. All of this. Burnt. This has been cleaned up too. That's it for finished runs. So then now, let's see, that's all what I just did. That's also what I just did. Yeah. That's the base body for the Puni Mofu Lang. So, use me with part 2. And you know what? I think I'm going to leave the progress at that for now. I am very likely going to be back at this tomorrow. Let's see here. Nippers, check. File, check. Pieces all over, as they should be. Yeah, I think it's just about time to keep things moving here. So, part 2 of the Puni Mofu Lang, where we actually get the Lang features. I'm very excited. Like, I'm not going to say that I was disappointed with the base build here, but just with the feet being as loose as they were, I'm excited to see things just fit together like they should. And I have a feeling a lot of those efforts are going to come to fruition here with the actual body parts more so than the baseline body. So I just want to make sure that my camera's in focus here. Let's get the body out of the way here, because I think that's what it was focusing on previously. And let's actually get her in a standing pose. The stand here, because a lot of it is going to be just fitting it all together now. Okay, so we've got the body right here, the base part 1 body. Now we're starting on the head, my favorite part. The hair is always one of the more detailed and complicated parts to a build. So I'm really excited to just take my time here and make sure it looks as good as I can make it. Okay, so first things first, we're doing mainly the longer back part of the hair. And there's an A and a B, but there's also a C involved here. And don't believe the C is going, yes, okay, that makes sense. The C is this white here, so there's this beautiful aquamarine, almost Miku-like color for the hair, with white accents. That's gonna be very cool. So yeah, I think it's just a matter of getting right to it. So let me get the transparent plastic cutters just set aside for now, and let's start freeing up some pieces here. So 5 and 6 right here. Makes sense to me. And with the hair, I always double cut. I just want to make certain that I'm not leaving much for stress marks or anything on the hair plastic. With how detailed the molds are for the hair and just how much detail goes into the hair, it's only to the hair's detriment if I rush this and try to cut closer to the plastic itself. Okay, so we have the main 3 pieces here. Set these runners over here because I know I'm going to be getting back to these. Let's start with the back piece here. And just get that nice and trimmed up. Let's see, this is definitely one of those, how down to the quick do I want to go here? I think I might even just shave away at these because these are fairly large nubs. So, took care of a larger piece of it. And then this cut here, there's just some slight whitening from pressure. But it's a very clean cut otherwise. Like, I think I can say that that was finger buffable. Like, my fingernail is catching on a little bit there, but I'll maybe revisit that with the file in a second here. So yeah, I definitely want to be purposeful with each cut here. And also make sure I'm not taking too much with these cuts. Because the goal here is to look good, not complete quickly. These Puni Mofu models are very cute, so I just want to make sure that I'm doing my part to translate that into its final form. So I think just a small amount of filing. Cut I did right here is just enough of a small protrusion, worth just a bit of processing. That was definitely the cleanest cut. The ones along the bottom parts of the hair, these are the ones that need the most processing. And that just kind of comes with the territory of being on a more curved part of any kind of plastic. You just want to make sure that you're diligent about retaining as much of the original plastic as you can without going too crazy with the processing. Yeah, so I'm being really light in how I'm holding my file and going at the actual nub mark. Mainly just to do what I can to not eat away at unnecessary plastic removal. And yeah, that's a clean back piece to the hair. Awesome. And then the white piece. This one I can be a little more careless with, because a lot of stress marking won't really show on the white, and really just getting it down to the quick with where the nubs are is just the best way to handle these pieces. So I got all that cleaned up now, and I see a bit of some nub protrusions. So yeah, those will just need to be cleaned up by the file. That's nothing. Yeah, that nub already just shredded away with that little bit of filing I did there. It'll be the same story for this one here too. Yeah, like real hair, plastic model hair is absolutely the most delicate part in my eyes. It's very easy to go overboard on cleaning and processing these pieces, and that can be to great detriment to the overall look of the completed hair. So, just being delicate and gentle with it, because the cleaner it is, the better it looks at the end of the day. Now here, yeah, I got down too far on this piece to warrant a triple cut on it. And I think the same can be said for this piece here too. Ooh, that was a little ugly. I'll need to definitely clean that up. And this piece is large enough where I can exercise a bit more caution. But yeah, there's just enough overhang on a lot of these nubs here to where filing down's definitely going to be the way to go. So yeah, the main thing is evening out with the surface that it's on. And then as I get closer to the actual meat of the plastic, that's when I'll try to fingernail buff to remove any pressure whitening that's going on. Yeah, and just running along the length for now seems to kind of be the strategy. I'm not as concerned about the direction of my filing, mainly just because the glass file doesn't really hatch with how it files away. It tends to buff it all away to a shine once you hit where you want to go. So sometimes I'll even get at it with circular movements to try to just eat away at bigger pieces of plastic still. And then here, starting to get to the final stretch on this particular nub. There's just a slight ridge towards one of the sides that needs to even out. And doing it on such a curved piece is always a little stressful. Not entirely concern worthy. Let's see, I think just a slight bump where it was at now. So I'm trying to just flatten it out a little bit more. And that, yeah, I'd say that that's pretty much cleaned up. Now here, it almost looks like I'm going to have to hit it from both sides. There's a little bit of overhang on this part of the hair. And then a lot of the whitening and placement of the nub is on the other side. So just trying to retain the bladed look of the hair is always fun when cuts can kind of hit both sides. Let's see, yeah, I think just running along the ridge like this will work. I might have actually eaten away at the ridge a little bit. There's a slight unevenness. And in that case, I would actually rather reshape that spot a little bit than leave that little pock mark. Okay, that is fairly clean now. Just a slight darkening where the nub was, hardly noticeable. And then here's a similar story. So I'm just going to try to hone to the edge of that blade of hair again. And then now, just need to even out this side. See, just a little more honing. It's nearly where I want it. There we go. And I think that was the last nub mark. Shoot, I was gonna try to show an example of what it looked like before and after processing, but that was the last piece. So this gets pressed up against this first. And does this actually measure up? Looks like it's meant to kind of nestle itself towards the bottom. Oh, there we go. It's fitting together. Oh, this white and Miku blue, Miku green combination is so nice. especially with Kotobukiya kits, I don't want to force anything too hard. Because if it's meant to fit, it will be a little tight, but it'll get there. And if it's not, it will give you similar fight, but then it'll break. Oh, would you look at that? This... Oh, I love this right here. So, yeah, this is the back hair of the Lang right here. And just the way that it comes together is so nice. Let's see, I think... Yeah, that was just like a little fuzz. But like, it's just beautiful. Like, this is the side that faces the head itself. So, you don't really see this from the back. It's so nice. I'm an absolute sucker for like ponytails like this. Because really that's what it is, it's just a long ponytail. Okay, so now we need the joining piece, which is 1 and 3, right here. And this part I'm never too concerned about getting too clean, mainly just because you don't see much, if any of it. So these will just press together like so, and then the side should go in this. Nice, snug fit. I'll take it. It's a little crooked though. Let me correct that. I want it to line up dead on. And there is a little bit of whitening along the ball there that would be visible from the top. So maybe I might go back at it with a file, but it's a pretty small detail. I'm not super concerned. Okay, now we're building, it looks like, the actual back of the hair on the head. That's A218. And we've got 218. Perfect. And just seeing how many options I have here, I'm going to guess that there's going to be multiple different hairstyles. Potentially even multiple heads, which would be pretty nice. Those extra heads, those are fantastic for just slapping on extra bodies and whatnot. If you wanted to do some like posing with clothes or different kits in general, what have you. Okay, so that's 2. And then that's 1 right there. So these were small enough to where there is a little bit of nub marking on them. And I think what I'm going to do is actually take a blade to these. Just because it's small enough. And fine enough work. It looks like just toward the tip too. And there's one nub mark in particular that's a little garish on these pieces, and that's mainly my reason for hitting this with the blade. The rest of these other ones are more just to kind of bring it closer to the edge. They're very small nub marks that just protrude ever so slightly. I'm not trying to dig in too deep either, because they are just dainty little nub marks. Here, there's a bit of whitening towards the crown, and that should just be able to be cleaned up by a fingernail, which looks to be the case, thankfully. And then, yeah, there's nub marks on the underside. These are also cut very nicely. So we have A8. A1 just goes in the back here. And A2 does the exact same thing. Stunning. Remarkable. Okay, now I need A6, and that's going to be this piece right here. And yeah, these cuts are a little more exposed to curved sides, so I'm gonna try to whittle these down a little more. Okay. This nub mark is like just in the right awkward enough spot. To where I just want to make sure that I'm getting it nice and level. A lot of it can be based on your angle of approach too. Like one side just doesn't hit it in the exact way you want to. So that's kind of why I'm rotating along and working on that nub mark, and I think it's about where I want it now. Yep, that's looking pretty good. Here, just a light nub mark. That seems to be primarily exposed where I'm hitting it too. Yeah, you can hardly tell it's there now, just after a little bit of filing. It's gonna be the same story here, just a slightly bigger nub. I might need to hit it from both sides as well. Yeah, the size of it just made it a little uneven to work with. But yeah, around the time I stop focusing on a nub mark is when there's little white border around it. That means you're getting it right against the actual plastic at that point. And yeah, that cleaned up quite well. So then this gets attached here, and this goes into here. And now we have a semi-urgent need for a face. And with that, I would absolutely expect that to be skin colored. But immediately seeing it, A1, 9 is what I'm looking for. Let's see, am I just blind? Here's A1 right here, and yeah, 9 is towards the bottom there. Right here. And a lot of this part is going to be covered up by the hair as well. So I'm not super concerned about how I cut this out. The main reason for not going right to the quick on these cuts is just to give me a little bit better access to them. Yeah, there's like a little nub there, but I mean really it goes away when you put it all together. It's so weird to see human ears on what is meant to be more of a cat-looking character. But yeah, we've got that there. Let's prepare one of the faces. We'll just say she's sleeping while she's getting put together here. These tags on the faces always tend to be a small pain in my rear. Because there's just enough outward as there is behind the face. So it's never really a clean cut, unless you want to kind of trim away against some of the face, and that's never ideal for me. So yeah, Ippy Lang. Now we need the bangs. Oh, this is going to be fun too, because this is where more of the highlights come out. So A3, this piece right here. And then we have C1 and 2. Yeah, all of these I'm going to leave some gates to work with. Because I want it to be very clean. Oh. We have intrusive blade nubs. Those are always a pain. Okay, so the white pieces are fairly processed. Okay. Oh wow. Those nubs are very clean there. I'll just hit the white highlights first, because there were a couple nubs that needed some slight honing here. It looks like during the molding they slightly encroached more towards the middle than one side in particular. So just doing my part to make sure that gets all cleaned up nice. And then, yeah, just a light nub on the inside that requires some blade work. There we go. Beautiful. Nice and clean. I'll hit the inside of this highlight quick too, since I have the blade in hand. I need to be really careful with this too, just to make sure I've got the right leverage without cutting into it in the wrong spot nor slicing myself. Need all the control I can get. Of which I think I'm good. Yeah, there's a slight almost divot there. Nothing too concerning. And then this stubborn nub here just goes away with some light filing. Yeah, hardly even a sign of it on the other side. Maybe it did cheat towards one side of the hair a bit, and I just missed that visual signal when cutting it. Yeah, that's clean. These are very clean. So I'll get these fixed on here, because really there's not going to be a lot I'll need to do to these bangs either, and they're going to be out of the way of these pieces. There we go. That's so cool. It fits together so nice too. Then some light evening out of some of the cuts I did. Like just a bit beyond fingernail capable. But hardly. The way I whittled down those cuts helped me quite a bit with this. Okay. So this goes right here, and Lang's head is done. So now let's just go ahead and change how we're connected here, so we can get a good look at it all in one go. Yeah, I'd say that this is a pretty appropriate. Well, almost. These stands are always a little interesting to get posed. Especially with these loose yet stubborn feet. But yeah, I think we're about neutral stance now. And probably need to get her hair out of the way slightly here. Yeah, there we go. E.P. Lang. Pretty much a full base body composition here. Let's relax her shoulders just a little bit too. Can't have her looking tense when she's relaxing like this. Now, let's keep going. Let's see, what's this H6? Because that's another neck piece, it looks like. Oh, right here. And I believe there's a sticker that goes around. Okay. So that's something I won't fight with too much, I think. Because I'm quite pleased with where she's at right now. And worst case scenario, I think I'd actually rather paint that than use a sticker. Okay, so we've got the head. And we're mainly doing torso and leg work now, it looks like. So here comes the chest modifications, first and foremost. Let's see, that's all H here. It looks like E for like the bra piece. There's also a G component right here that looks like... Here, let's just grab G while we're at it. And E, which I expect to be another one of these. Oh wait, it might actually be gray. Yep, there it is. Oops. Runner hitting the mic, my apologies. So E1. I got two E1s here, great. So I noticed with the base part 1 chest piece that my cuts were a little too deep on the chest side of it, so I'm gonna try to just whittle away like I did with the hair to try to get closer to the actual piece without going too deep. And if that means some filing along the way, I do not mind one bit. Okay, yeah, and that's far too close at this point to even hit with a nipper. So, yeah, I think I am going to be filing a bit here, but that is totally fine with me. I'd rather it come out well than getting a bit too at it with a nipper. Yeah, and a lot of this filing is really just to marry that extra little bit of plastic down to the piece in a more natural state too, so being able to work down to the curvature of it is always a treat, and just making it look nice. And it's pretty good at self-reporting as far as where it's at in relation to the piece itself. And thanks to a lot of that ground up plastic kind of highlighting the nub mark still. So I'm just kind of taking my time here, just to make sure that I'm not going too far with it. With the file being flat, it's really good about not getting too carried away, but at the same time you can start just like straight up flattening out a section with it if you're a little too aggressive with it. Yeah, so I'm hitting it in small circles here, because it looks like I'm getting close to the actual plastic. I'm kind of using the circle as an alignment tool with my filing motions, just to make sure I'm still on track with the plastic around it. Yeah, very light pressure goes a long way when you're using a glass file like this. Because it's just rough enough to catch, but also unobtrusive enough to really affect what's around the nub. So I am just about there. And now I'm just doing more targeted motions to kind of whittle away that last bit. Ooh, that cleaned up quite well. Here, I'll show you. Let's see, there we go. Now it's in focus, and yeah, you see the darkening from where I hit it? But it's very uniform with the actual piece itself, which is really nice. And then now I just need to do the same with the other cuts. I'm gonna hit that with a blade. This one here, I think, will work away a lot nicer than that other one I just did. I left a lot of plastic on that. There's plenty here too, but it's a lot closer to the actual piece. Yeah, and it might be at the size where I just need to do controlled small motions, because it's already so close. Yeah, I really use this glass file for just about everything, and it may not be its intended purpose, but I just really enjoy how it processes the pieces I'm working with. I think we're cleaned up. Yep, that's all good. Now it's just this small nub on the underside of the piece. That will absolutely go away here in a moment. Might need to come at it from the other side too here. There we go. Nice and clean. And then G5. That is this piece right here. And with it being white, it's kind of hard to see where those top gates are going. I'm going to cut this one pretty close. And then now that I have this freed up, I'm going to use the plastic to guide these cuts here. And just with the nature of the white plastic too, I probably won't even need to do anything with the rest of it. Yeah, that looks great. So this presses against this. And how does it actually fit? I think it just aligns itself. Yeah, it's like a slight boning for the chest coverage, kind of. It's neat. And then there's two pieces of the chest itself in the skin color that interface together before I get the rest of it. So 3 and 4. And of course, these should always be done with the utmost caution. The last thing I want to do is screw up a lady's chest. I think I saw that it was actually painted on one of these pieces. That's pretty neat. Kind of excited to get a closer look at that here as I get this last connection point. Okay. Wow, that's very neat. Where is that actually in relation to everything? Oh, okay. It's kind of like a holster of sorts for this. So here, just going to work closer to the piece. These cuts are actually making it very likely I won't have to do much. And then, yeah, it's just these little nubs on the bottom side here. These are meant to lie flat. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely some fine and deft finger work here. Let's see, can I even... Yeah, just a very light, shallow cut there still. Then here... Yeah, all of this delicate work really pays off in the long run. And... oh, hold on. Just some very small filing needed. Yeah, I was doing some wide swipes, but I was hardly even pressing on it there. Mainly to just kind of catch anything protruding. And then... just a slight bump right here. that I'm evening out. And it's really only noticeable in like a specific lighting scenario. There we go, that actually evened out very nicely. So this piece has the opening side towards the bottom, then it presses against this top part of the chest here. Yeah, it comes together like that. And then this simply slots up into this. Yeah, and that's fitting nice. And so now, to make that transformation complete, just pop off. Oh, the neck needs to go too. Pop that off. Put this on here. And then neck slots in here. The head reattaches like so. And there we are. This right here is the modified chest piece. It's coming together. This design is really cool. Like, it kinda reminds me of a bunny suit, the upper torso. But it's also, like, not that. Alright, I just want to make sure that everything looks even and good. And yeah, I'd say we're in a good spot here. The legs are kind of doing their own thing right now, but that's more just how I have them arranged. Yeah, she looks great. So let's get that refocused here. And then now we're replacing the lower torso pelvic area. So let's see. G7 is the front, G6 is the back, and there's other components to both of them as well. So yeah, I'm going to cut away from the pieces here, just to make sure I'm getting it nice and clean on the actual piece. And we'll have to free up the other bits too. So M2 and or M4 and 3. And M is not a white part. Maybe it's a gray part? No, that's L over there. Are we dipping into the orange finally? No. Aha. Left over in the box, M right here. And that's 3 and 4 right here. So I think with these, I'll just cut close to the piece. Okay, so that was 3. And yeah, fairly clean cuts here. And there's little peg bits on the inside that these are meant to slide into, it looks like. There we go. Neat. And yeah, I won't need to worry too much about the rest of the trimming on that piece with these in there too, it looks like. So I'm not even going to concern myself with it. Yeah, since these pieces mainly reside inside of this piece here, I think I can kind of get away with being a little lazier with my processing of the pieces. Yeah, they fit just fine. They look great where they are. The other side's going to be trapped by the back side, so yeah, I'd say that that looks ready to go. Just need to trim up the rest of this piece. And then we'll be looking at joining it with its back piece momentarily. Oh yeah. I'd have to really get close with my fingers to notice any unevenness there. Then on this piece here, I think I'll just kinda nip and go. Oh, there's a slight little nub. Just gonna give it a couple passes with the blade. Yeah, that's already gone. Okay, so now H5. Let's skin. We're gonna have some booty cheek hanging out, I think. So, let's see here. The way that these nubs are oriented is a little interesting to me. There's kind of just a mold overflow, kind of where it's all meeting. So I'm trying to mainly just chip away at what I see from the underside, because there's definitely an above the piece component to it. I might actually be able to do all of this with just the nipper though. Let's see. Yeah, I'll need to hit that with a file just a little bit. And here. Yeah, this is actually pretty ugly right here. But did it just all kind of go away? Yeah, there's going to be some slight filing all around, it looks like. Overall, I mean, for as bad as the nubs were on this piece, it's all coming together quite well. honestly, all of these places where I'm cutting, these are all things that are going to be covered anyway. So it's more just a personal care thing than it is something that affects how it looks. On my side of it here. Okay. Booty cheeks are looking good. Just need to press it in to its home. And yeah, there's a sticker component here too. Or this part of the body, but I think I'm gonna leave it unstickered for now. Mainly because I just think the paint would do it much more justice. So, we have the front and back. Let's actually liberate her from the stand for a second. Because I think it would be most prudent of me to separate the body and just work on the lower torso itself. So there we go. Took a bit of coercing, but we're there. Let's also... I don't want to completely remove the lower body. Or the appendages, at least. So let's just separate these pieces. These should go pretty easy. Now, one of the sides completely split already. And then this side. There we go. Just looking at this is almost terrifying. Goodness gracious. Yeah, so when positioned correctly, it should look something like this. I think just to give me some small leeway here. I want to make sure that these are extended further. Okay. So, what's it saying? Backside first? No, front side first. So this needs to kind of work around these bumps on the side to be situated in place. It's kind of how it all holds together, and you see that little white plastic bit sticking between the upper thighs. And here, this shall encase it. And I don't want to force it too hard, because it is kind of an awkward fit. There's the little holes in the transparent parts that it needs to marry with. There's also a small component between the legs there that also needs to slot in place. So it is requiring a bit of force. But I'm also not trying to overdo it. Yeah, this is where the more mecha look to her comes in too, because there's just these really cool segmented bits to this. Okay, and I think that's about where I'm going to be able to get it without like really squeezing. But overall, I mean, it looks fine to me. Let's just make sure that That's all together, yep. And then, if I bring this back together, I never want to force this too hard. But it is a piece that fits together very tightly. There we go. That's cool. How this all fits together. I really like that, actually. Because the white is almost as much of an accent as the dark gray. So you're getting, honestly, the best of both worlds when they're positioned like this. And you're also getting the aquamarine, Miku blue, Miku green kind of look to it. Like, the ratio of color in the design is very cool. I really enjoy where we're getting with this kit. I do think I'm gonna leave her off the stand for now. As fun as it is to have her on there as like a just frame of reference point, I enjoy having her free of the stand. So now, what does it want me to do? It looks like we're replacing the feet. Thank goodness. Because the rest of the leg is really good. Like, this is as Kotobukiya kit as it gets. Like, having the 2 points of articulation on the knee joint, fantastic. And just overall, I mean, a very standard Kotobukiya fitting for the leg. Yeah, it's not like too loose, too wobbly or anything. It's fantastic. It's exactly where I want it to be. But those feet, those grippers, those toes, they are not doing it. Let's see here. So the foot assembly is going to be that transparent piece that I was working with previously. Oh, right here. Yep, these soles here. And then L2 and P4. Just gonna set these aside too quick. So L2, I did see L earlier. Yep, there it is. So that's the top sandwich part. And then P, I think is going to be white. Yep, right here. These runners here. So, unfortunately, I do think I need a moment here to just step away. So what I'm going to do is just mute, pull up the BRB text, and come back to continue working on this when I can, so for now, I'll be right back. Hello, I am back. Just needed a moment. Needed myself a little drink there too, but now that I'm all hydrated and back in the saddle here, it's time to make some shoes. So let's see, it's gonna be 1 on one side, 2 on the other, so I think I'll just work these at the same time. This is definitely a part of the build that doesn't really benefit from the segregation. So that's one. And that's two. We'll be good on the M piece for a moment. Now, interestingly, it's L2, L1 now. This runner has a gentle curve to it. Hopefully that hasn't warped any of the pieces. It doesn't tend to be the case, but worth noting. That's L1 there. L2 here. And then P4 for both sides. P4-1. And E4-2. Let's see, how did these L pieces come out? There's slight nub marking, but it's also very faint. Yeah, I think a lot of this just gets wiped out with my finger here, so not too concerned there. And I did cut pretty close on the green transparent plastic. Then this, I should just press in right here. And that's a foot. Let's see. It's not as loose as the previous feet, which is nice. I want to make sure I've got the right feet here too. Let's see. Yeah, this should be the foot involved. So I'll just go ahead and get this on her right now. And then here. Yeah, these are all fingernail cuts too, it looks like. It's nice that that worked out pretty well in that regard. Because the bare feet themselves, they were actually pretty rough in comparison. Yeah, that's coming together nicely. Oops. Make sure we get that separator in too while we're at it. I was wondering why it looked slightly off. Easy enough solution though. But yeah, this, like, the base body was nice, don't get me wrong, but I really prefer where I'm at with this so far. Like, it's a very... There's a lot more personality to the way that this is all put together currently. Let's see, what is it telling me now? How to swap things out? Yeah, it looks like it. You don't really need that per se. Okay, so now this is where we're getting into more of the Puni Mofu mechified look. And it looks like we're kind of reconstructing everything, so this is more the baseline model of it. And it's nice, I like this. Like honestly, I'll probably be doing some posing with it. But that's neither here or there in the moment, because I want to keep building. I want to complete this model. I really enjoy a lot of the more mechified Puni Mofu kits and how they look. This is my first one actually too, so it's been a treat so far and I want to definitely see this through. So let me get that separator out of the way so she has a better home for herself. Just kind of sliding away some of the other bits and bobs here to kind of clear up the workspace a little bit. Okay, so the ears. There will be plenty to do here, I tell you what. So X3 is where I start. It looks like it's going to be gray, but I don't recall seeing an X3 amongst these. Yeah, it's just L and E. So maybe... Is that these? Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, yep, okay, I see. So let's start with the X3A1 path here. I'll just kind of take it step by step. I was wondering why the other headpiece looked so slim, and it's revealing it to me in a rather grand way. We get to play with transparent pieces. Honestly, especially with all these Megami Device kits, I really enjoy the transparencies. They're all just so much fun, and they just add a little bit more texture and life to the finished look. So it's 15 and 11 that I need here, which are these two, easy enough. Okay, 11 and 15. Okay, and all of that should really just slot in. Oh, these are kind of like headphones almost. Definitely gets rid of the ears. Okay, and then looking at E, right here. So 3, 2, 8. 3, 2, 8 at my thumb. Yeah, it looks like it's joining at an angle there, so I'm just gonna get up nice and cozy with that. And here, yeah, since this is the last cut, I think I'm just gonna cut a little away from it and trim it up later. Maybe not the best habit, but overall, it still works out quite well in my favor. Okay, so yeah, a little bit of whitening that can get pushed out just fine. And same story on this side. That's awesome. That's the cut that I kind of just leveraged the the angle of the runner on. So the fact that that's rubbing out well too, that's awesome. And it honestly looks like I don't even really need to get at it with a file either. There's just the cut on the very corners of the bases here. I could just use a little bit of flattening down. And it's just a little, truly, as well. And depending on how quickly this goes, I don't want to call it just yet, but honestly, I kind of half expect that I will also want to finish up another kit that was pretty close to being done earlier, so definitely kind of in it for the long haul today. My weekends are always best for stuff like this, so that's why I tend to reserve a lot of my plastic modeling work for the weekend. Not to say I don't have any projects that I like to poke around on during the week, but the week is where work happens. I can't be having too much fun all day, every day. Alright, and here's the D pieces. And these, I would wager, are going to be fairly clean cuts. There really isn't much to do with them either, because they do just kind of slot into these ears. So D1 goes on this side. Yeah, even without any processing, that just goes in perfectly. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. I'll just do the same with D2 right here. It's nice that we're finally hitting the orange. Honestly, I love the way that orange is used in this model. Like, every color is more accent than it is like a focus. So like, it just has this really cool balance of a little bit of everything going on without like looking too loud. So that's the ears. Our Puni Mofu is Puni Mofuing. That just slots on here. I don't think it snap fits or anything, it just sits like this. And then A7, we're back to some hair pieces. That's going to be right here. Wow, those cuts were nice. I do not think there's any real processing I'll need to do. Okay, there is just a little bit, but it's so minor. That went really well. Okay, so this... it's pressed into this. Ooh! It kind of... so instead of the ears, it's that green piece. That's pretty rad. Okay, so now... let's see... I think I'm just doubling work here, but like, in a reasonable way, honestly, so... I'm just gonna free up the rest of these pieces quick, because I see where this is all kind of going here. Yeah, I'm gonna need to put this cut 2 or 3 times into my more regular efforts here because it's really making this hair turn out quite nice. I tend to have some rougher points I need to deal with whenever I work on hair, so this is absolutely a boon and a nice change for me. Because it's been fairly chill. Okay, I actually get a pretty good vantage point on these nubs from the underside, so I'm just going to cut them this way. Yeah, just some slight refinement needed there. Okay, that cleaned up real well. And then to get those bladed highlights again too. And I'm not even concerned about the instructions all that much because a lot of this is just replicated building with slight differences. So I think I'm just gonna cruise through what I get here. And just reference the instructions as I need them. Okay, that came out very nice. Let's see, this goes here. Oops, there was a little nub on the inside, but it's hardly noticeable. Do I want to free this piece to just take care of it? I think I do, actually. Like, I see it dead on looking at it, and that's enough to kind of irk me. Yeah. Just like one swipe, and that cleans up exactly what was concerning me. And then now, once I attach this again, it's just gonna sit beautifully. Like, it was just a small defect you could see if you looked at it just right on the front, and I'm better than letting that sit. A mild inconvenience to make things look great is not a convenience in the slightest for me. Okay, there's this little nub here. And that is... for all intents and purposes gone. Maybe one more swipe from the other side, just to be safe. Yeah, now it's gone. Perfect. And then now... need to round out those nub edges ever so slightly. There's hardly any nub there. Beauty. Okay. Yeah. That sits perfect. I'm very, very pleased. And then now, just need to clean up the back of the headpiece here. Yeah, the nub marks are primarily just on the bottom blades of hair, or the bottom of the long blades of hair. That's mainly just due to the angle I cut it. Beautiful. All right. Now, just like before, a little bit of blade cleanup here for these very small pieces of hair. These make me nervous though, just because they're so small. My fingers are so tender. Tender and excellent donors to the hobby gods that demand blood. Let's change the grip here. Okay, that worked quite well. And this has the potential to. Hey. If this isn't getting captured on screen, I apologize, but it's one of those just need to get at it for a little bit. Yeah, just right off camera, my apologies. Okay, so this is ready to slot in right here. Looks great, no notes. This one though, part 2, this harrowing adventure. Feel like I'm walking a tightrope of whether or not I'm going to lance myself in the fingertip. Really, the clown is me. For putting on such a daring act. But yeah, I mean, it is getting somewhere. And that is nothing to complain about. Okay, I might have taken away too much plastic there, but it's such a small amount on already such a small piece. I'm not super concerned. The important bit is, does it lay flat? It does. Thank goodness. Okay, so we have most of what we need here. There's just a little bit of a bang fixture here, and that's D3G2. D3. This piece right here. Let's just hack off a big piece and go from there. Because it's just perfect for a straight cut. Just needed a better angle at it. And of course, as I say that, I leave a nice big piece of runner right there. Oh, I'll actually need to file it down too. Gosh, swing and a miss, big time. Okay, so that's this piece, and that can actually be fitted already. And then G2, it's like a capstone to it. And what color is that? You may find yourself wondering, because I too have that same question and thought. Which it is white. G2, oh cute! It's just a cute little dog face? That can't be right. It's cute. I'll leave it at that. Definitely doesn't look like a cat though. Maybe that's a hot take. It almost looks more like fox-like, even. But that's one of those things that is really hard to capture on camera. That's gonna be like a I take glamour shots later and people are able to see it kind of thing. But yeah, it's cute, absolutely. Here, I'll bring it closer. Like, I really enjoy how this looks, but it doesn't really give me cat. Wonderful. Wonderful progress. And then let's give her a new face. How about... what's this one? Angie. How about neutral? Okay. And my blade is hiding over here. Honestly, one of the most satisfying things about Plamo is cleaning up all the empty runners when you're done. Because I have so many half-done ones just sitting around me. But that being said, great progress all around. Yeah, there's no extra ponytail, but there is an extra fitting for the head. So I'll just grab that quick. And once again, that's full side goes inside the head. Egg side fits into the ponytail. Golly, this is quite the pleasant look. a kit here. Let's see, can I? No. This piece likes to stay. But with enough fighting, I bet you it'll pop out just fine, like so. So we can liberate the head. The neck joint went with it. And then this one. Let's actually do this the old-fashioned way. I don't trust myself. Okay. Ball joint in neck. Ball joint fitting the head. Super cute long ponytail attached. Yeah, she's really coming together now. Look at that. I love how this is looking. This is absolutely brilliant. Like, it's really these mechified details of all the Megami Device kits that just really jump out at me. And I adore them, truly. Like, especially Lang's design. Like, I really enjoy just everything she's got going on with her. The hair, fantastic. Like, the cool cat ears that are like gray and orange, very cool. Yeah. This is a treat of a kit to put together, especially now that there's feet parts that fit nicely. So, what's next? Another chest. Yeah, I had a feeling. I saw chesty looking pieces still on this runner right here. Let's see, just gonna take a small little pause. Get some good stretching in, whatnot. Pretty much from my return, I've just been straight focused on putting this together. Yeah, it's always good to just take things at a chill pace. I'm trying to think if there's... I suppose the Champions Meeting race for finals is going to happen soon. Let me check on that quick. Because that is something I could just slap on my phone quick and toss on my mat. I forget the time when it updates. It should be around this time. See, I'll do a free pull quick. Oh, it's an SSR, nice. I got Curtin-chan, yay! Let's see. Now matching, 24 minutes left, so at the top of the hour, I'll put my Champions Meeting final race of the Pisces Cup down and ready to go. Let's see here, so that should give me enough time to complete this chess piece here. And with that, I think all of the runners I have strewn about consist of most of the pieces here. Like, the exact duplicate of the chess piece I just refined earlier is right here. And then I need G5, which will be that white runner right here. Aha, same piece again. And I'll just nip it to the quick here. Not super concerned with how that piece comes out now that I know how it fits together. And then H2. This is also painted, that's nice. Let me get at it from... Actually, no. These nubs are just a bit too awkward to get at straight on. And then these shoulder ones, I'll just cut them long too, because it'll just be easier to trim when free. So, now let's work on getting these cleaned up. And then these ones at the bottom. Just gotta make sure I'm lining up well enough. Okay, that's ready. And then this piece here is a bit of a bear to get at. I want to see if I can get a little closer on these cuts, because that was not a fun one to file before. Ugh. I think this one's gonna need a knife cleaning, fortunately. And I did get closer on those cuts, so this will clean up a lot quicker than my previous one. Looks like just a slight piece of the nub remains on like the underside of it, because the rest of the nub is sitting fairly flush. So that means I might have gotten at it a bit too deep. But overall, I mean, it still looks pretty good. This one here is kind of raised all over, unfortunately. Okay, that cleaned up pretty well too. I'm not seeing any remainder to get at, so now we're just cleaning up the underside yet again. Yeah, my blade slipped onto the front end a bit. That's unfortunate. Might have to do a gentle touch-up and buff that out. Well, I actually don't see it. Thankfully. It was a very slight skip of the blade, so I'm thankful that it wasn't much more than that. So that just fits right there. There's more chesty piece to go with that chest. Need to remember that. Wow. I think... yeah, there's nothing for me to do there. That came out real nice. So this attaches here. This attaches here. And then we're just looking at a little piece that goes in the middle right here. So let's see, D4, G3. D4 is right here. It's a bow tie. Cute. I really like that. And then G3 is right here. Oh, this is definitely a little cat. Cute. Okay, and this has a little hole in the back where the bow tie fits in, like so. There's also just some slight nubbage on the bow tie, so just gonna hit the flat of it with my file here. And then this should just nestle itself right into the cleavage. Aha! Like so. That's so cute. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Okay. And so we pull all of this apart to attach this again, and then reassemble that neck to put her back together. That's so adorable. I love this here. Closer look. Like, you kind of sandwich the cat between her chest there. But, like, it just keeps getting more cat-like. Oh, this is adorable. Honestly, I am loving how this is all coming together. And so now, what's next? Ah, she has a cute little, like, kind of a skirt, but not really. Oh, that'll be fun to put together. And yeah, we still have some time until the champions meeting, so let's just keep on cracking. I am absolutely in the mood to keep things rolling here. So the first thing I'm seeing are these bigger cat heads. The snout still feels a bit too long to be a cat, but also I see it more the more I'm looking at it. Especially with that chest edition too. Okay, now N3. That's gotta be orange. Yep. We've got cute little bows. These are adorable. I am in love with this, I tell you what. I just know this is gonna look so cute once it's all put together. Okay, so that's the bows. And then we have 01 and 03. Okay. So, yeah, this is just the last bit of this part of it. Oh my gosh. I am such a sucker for these cute little accessories. Okay, so 03 is this one right here. And the bow goes here. And the kitty head goes right here. Would you look at that? How adorable. And then same thing here. O piece and a bow. Cat head at the top. Then now L9, M5. L's right here. So yeah, this is like the skirt piece this all attaches to. Was it N or M? M, so it's gonna be a transparent piece. Oh, that's gonna look cool with this gray here. Hold on. Oh, I'm excited to see how that comes together. And now I just want to do my due diligence here. Hardly any undergating. So like that just is fine. And then M right here. With the M5. Yep, that's exactly what we're looking for. And then this. The transparent plastic never shaves away well like the rest of the plastic, so I'm just going right to the quick and being very deliberate with my cuts here. Yeah, that came out pretty well. Okay, LM. Come on. There we go. Took a little more coercion than I wanted, but totally fine. It worked. And then this fits against this piece here. This fits against this piece here. Oh, this is adorable. And then, yeah, it wraps around and attaches to the waist piece. Like so. Yeah, that's in there, that's in there. Oh, that's so cute. So cute. Let's, whoops, popped an arm out there. Yeah, let's raise the arms for now. Because these are kind of getting in the way of a good fitting now. There we go. She's so cute. I love this so much. Oh, she's coming together. Okay, what is next for you, Lang? There is talk in the instructions of getting straight to this now, of which I will gladly partake in the hack that I discovered yesterday. I've done quite a few Megami Device kits, but I've never actually caught this little hack. It's so awesome. 10 out of 10. Way to get this all fitted together. So the coolest thing is too, like if I cut all of this first and then cut the sides next, that little piece of plastic now just mounts all of these for removal from the sprue. That's so great too. Like, I couldn't even begin to tell you what my favorite part of all of this is. That's just awesome. I appreciate that. I'm gonna keep those on that last bit for now. Because I have no idea what these are going to. Yeah, there's some plastic in here that could use a proper home. Let's see, do I have other nubs trapped away? Doesn't really seem like it. Okay, oh yeah, so it's just saying you can use these on the hands instead, which don't think I really want to. Not currently. Shut up. No way. Oh my goodness. We're making cat paws. Okay. I'm really excited for it, but we are getting close to the top of the hour, so I think I'm gonna start getting ready to pull up the Champions meeting race. Plus it's a nice pause to just kind of recenter my focus and give my brain another little thing to kind of think about for a moment. Let's see, that neck piece, just remember it's amongst my spent runners. These, I have no idea if I'll need them or not, so I'm just going to set that aside for now. And these, I don't believe there'll be much more of, but I'll just set those aside too. Yeah, this foot runner is basically spent too. Set that aside. Okay. So, yeah, things are tidying up a little bit here. And there's some horse racing afoot. And yeah, let's just keep going on this build. We're getting closer to the end here, so yeah, a lot of this is going to be, it looks like, IKL. So no P, no G, I, K, and then L is gray. The warped runner right there. Okay. So, let's see here. Open hand versus closed hand, it looks like. Yeah, I guess we're making both. May as well. Yeah, and L is really there just for the boning for the for the open hand. Most of it's just all white pieces. So 3. Oh, that's 4. I'll just set 4 over there. here's 3. Okay. And this will be needed fairly soon. Okay, so K3 is open hand. And then K5 and 1 is going to be the closed hand. Yeah, and I think I'll do these hand pieces in tandem. I don't see any reason not to. Okay, so that's closed hand pieces. And then that 3 is the longer one here. It's for the open hand on the left side. And then 1 and 5 for left closed. And I think as I free up pieces for the right side, the left side will kind of follow suit here as far as what I'm looking to do. Okay, 5-1. Set that aside. Now we're looking at... Okay, for this hand, it's I8 and 11. These two. Eight. Which means 9 and 12 are likely the equivalent for the left here. And then 4 and 5 for the closed hand. These two in the middle. Which means these two for the left side. Easy enough. Okay, I think that covers the grand majority of handwork here. I just want to make sure that, yeah, there's a little need for some cleanup here. See, my file's hiding away right here. So yeah, just gonna clean up these paws a little bit. The cuts kind of came out a little rough. Yeah, I was trying to meet the angle at which the gate met the piece, so sometimes that doesn't translate to very clean cuts. Less processing work overall, though. Yep, right here. Okay, clean. Let's bring her down a little more. Being able to admire how far she's come from this session so far is always a treat. Yeah, before I even started, she was headless, and now she's got 2 fully fledged heads. As well as alternate torso pieces, a cute little skirt attachment. She's got a lot going on. Okay, so this should just press fit into this piece here. I'm kind of just forsaking the instructions because this is pretty clear, I feel. But also, I think I had that going the wrong way, so instructions may not be a mistake. There we go, yep. Little claws poking through. It's fitting nicely. And let's see, there was also some components to how this fits. It looks like, yeah, the K3 piece is seated in this piece here. And there we go. Girlie's got her Mickey Mouse hands. These are cute though. I can't even complain. I can't even act like I don't love them. So then, similar story over here, I'm sure. Yep, just a little bit of refinement work. This particular part of the hand came out pretty clean on both sides. Let's see how well the outer side of it came together. Because it was a little garish on the first one. And the second one, I mean, I'm already seeing it's not going to be too much better if it is. Come get your manicures at Taurus Salon here. Okay. So this is the home for this piece. And then this all comes together. I might need to still hit this with a file just a little bit. Okay, so open hands are complete. Now, let's do the closed hands, because these are likely what I'm going to be using here, because I really want her to hold the guns that she comes with. I'm gonna have so much fun doing a photo shoot with Lang at some point. Like, her design is absolutely adorable. Like, I've been meaning to do more of a photo shoot with a bunch of my different kits I've put together. I've just been kinda dragging my feet on that. Like, one thing I'd really like to do too is like do some like Oshikatsu pics with some of my favorites as well. But the world's been an interesting place where I'm at as of late. So I'm just kind of getting by until it might make a little more sense to give something like that a try. But yeah, even like pictures outside and stuff, like all of that is really an exciting thought to me, so there will definitely be plenty of pictures to enjoy as time goes on here. Just one of those when not if kind of situations. And that is a closed hand right there. Let's see, just some gentle edge correction here. Yeah, the closed hands came out way better than the open hands as far as need for processing goes. Comes with the territory though, like honestly, if you're not processing your pieces at all, you're gonna be stuck with a beast of nubs. And I care far too much about each kit I work on to just let it be a poor representation of the work of, you know, the artists that designed these characters and, you know, Kotobukiya and the like for actually turning them into molds and making such beautiful kits. The only person you're cheating when you go about building a kit in a lazy manner is yourself. And plus, you get to really enjoy just the relaxing process of it all coming together. And that's not something anyone should steal from themselves when it comes to assembling these things. It's truly a treat. Absolutely a treat. Now we're looking at assembling sleeves. Okay. We've got a need for this Q runner here, finally. On top of that, K has some more for us. Then we also have O, which will have these cool little buckle looking mechanisms on it. And then L as well, which has the sleeve itself. And then there's also the last, well, one of the last bits of P as well. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna take this one step at a time here, just because there's so many steps here to creating these sleeves. I'm sure contextually I could have all the pieces prepared, but there's just enough pieces to where it just kind of makes more sense to take my time with it. So K2, Q3, right here. Yeah, and when I tend to double up efforts, I get less concerned about processing everything, because I'm just kind of like setting myself mentally to go, go, go. So this is just a nice way to kind of pull it all back in and relax. If these steps were a lot more simple, I would probably be more apt to just going at it, but I am totally content slowing things down a bit again. So yeah, this is looking correct so far. Yep, this just goes right up into this piece here. Yep, on the outer side of the sleeve too. That definitely makes sense to me and looks good. Now K4 is like a boning piece for the sleeve. Then we have L10 and L6. So 6. These are both 6 and 10. That definitely makes it a lot easier. So 6 is the outside. And 10 is the piece we're attaching that white piece to. Okay, so momentary pause. I want to make sure the pieces we'll actually be looking at look good. And freeing it from the sprue is a fairly inconspicuous act, so I'm not expecting there to be a lot of refinement needed. Small amounts of processing. Okay. So let's see here. This piece slants, and it needs to slant which way? Okay, I think, yeah, it definitely fits a specific way. Easy enough to determine what's needed there. Then for L6 here, just want to do my part in getting this processed as well. And this piece gets attached right here. And then L6 closes it all together. Like so. And then we have P3. Some slight filings needed, unfortunately. It came off quite nicely. But just some minor blemishing that requires a little bit of filing down. And this goes on the outside, lined up with the buckles. Or the buckle, and then this is going to be the right hand. This almost gives like Mega Man vibes in a sense. This is really cool. Okay, and I imagine it's as easy as popping this part of the arm off. And then attaching this right here. Yeah, looks right. Oh, this just gets cuter and cuter the more I progress with this build. I really like just the size of the hand in comparison to the body. Like, it really starts to bring home the more I'm a cat girl kind of vibe. I really enjoy that. So now, what is next? Probably doing the same exact stuff for the left arm. So now that I know what this looks like too, this is going to be pretty straightforward, I expect. Okay, that's another spent runner here. I'll need this P while I'm at it. Then we have this buckle right here, which expends this runner. And we have Q4, I expect this to be. And then the rest of the sleeves. I'm gonna give these the longer cut this time. Not that I minded the processing that I was doing, but it really felt like a good opportunity to just kind of compare and contrast the experience here. Okay, and I believe that's everything I need. So... yeah, that cut wasn't a huge issue. It's mainly these cuts that got a little sassy. Okay, so this fits into this, which goes into this, which then goes into this, and this. Oh, hey, I had it the wrong way. Yeah, definitely a one-way fit there. And yeah, honestly, wow. The cuts I made on these pieces, definitely little to no processing needed after the fact. This one just has a slight protruding side of the nub. There we go. Just like that. And that's Mickey Mouse glove number 2. Feels borderline evil calling them that, but they are kind of goofy looking. More than anything else, though, it truly is very cute. Okay, so yeah, we've got the cat limbs. Now, it's time to see if there's any other parts of the body that we're looking at working on, or if it's just a matter of getting at the rest of it. Oh. Okay. There's really cute separators for the legs. I'm getting at that right now. More kitty motifs on this? Hell yeah. Sign me up. Okay, so this will need P1. I've got 2 of those. Oh, we're dipping into the orange cat heads this time. Assembling these is very easy, very straightforward it looks like. But it also looks like that's how these pieces interface with the X3 pieces here. So X3 13. That is this piece. My runners floating around my countertop here are definitely starting to calm down. Honestly, I really enjoy Lang's design, so I'm thinking I'm going to be getting the Jin Lang when it comes out. I really, really like it. Okay, so this goes into this. And this goes into this, like so. Then we just do it again. And then it's along the side. Oh my goodness. Why is this so adorable? I can't with this. I love this so much. Okay. Oop, I think I swapped the legs. Yeah, this looks a lot more correct. Oh my gosh. It's adorable, what the heck? I love this. I love you, Lang. Wow. This is absolutely peak. And yeah, looking at this here, it looks like, yeah, I'm pretty much on track here. And then for stand, I almost got it right, it looks like. Let's see, this piece is the one that should interface with the body. So I'll correct that later though. Oh wait, hold the phone. There's more to it than just that. Okay, let's fix it. Okay, so big hole. Kink right here. Attach here. And then swap these pieces. Well, it's actually saying you could go either way. So I wasn't crazy about how I did it. That's good. Yeah, honestly, this might actually work better. Personally, in my eyes. Because this feels like it's proper scale. Well, a little too high. But also, I can just adjust it. So yeah, this is okay. This is fine. I can just, yeah, cut it in half like that. Okay. I won't fight with you. You and I are on good terms for now. So now... Ooh, it's gun time! Okay, okay. So we need G4. That's the last bit of G right here. I love you, my USA Gundam store nippers, but this is exactly what my lightning nippers are for. Okay. I believe this is the last cut. Maybe not. Yeah. We're free. Clean runner. And then F1 times 4, ultimately. Where is F? Aha. Yeah, all of these pieces at the end, I bet you can wager a guess as to what these are. So I think I'm just gonna cut them all free. Okay. Oh, hold on. We have another F runner. Okay. Yeah, I finally took the time to look at the directions. I was like, wait, more F1 right after these? Wait a second, there's a whole other runner. Mind-blowing revelations here. Okay, that marks 3 and 4 for one of them. And then 3 and 4 for the other. It's interesting how they make this out, but at the same time I get it. The reason that they segregate these steps, and I can show that in a moment here, is that they have a very specific orientation in mind for these barrel pieces. Honestly, this is almost one of those might make sense to have a flathead kind of situations. I wouldn't necessarily want to damage the inside of these barrels though. So that's kind of what that turns into. Let's see, I bet this can adjust as I need. Oh yeah, this is great. Oh, this is fantastic actually. This really lets me line everything up and compare and contrast. Oh, whoops. Just a slight adjustment there. This also needs a slight adjustment. There we go. So, basically, the reason they want you to do it opposite sides both times is they want the cuts in the barrels to line up with the opposite side. So, yeah, interesting way that this is represented in the instructions, but at the same time, I mean, I can only imagine how many people actually appreciate that just for the certainty of it all instead of something that you could potentially gloss over. Yeah, the nice thing is, if you do take it like that, you can actually do what I'm doing right now and using a piece to check the straightness of them, one set at a time. There we go. Thankfully, it's a tight enough fit to where it just kind of... it's easy to adjust if you have a piece to leverage that with. Okay, so now E, right here, and F. Aha, we're back to that. So... oh yeah, this is definitely one of those you can just take them in tandem kind of setups all the way through. So let's do exactly that. And with all these straight edges to cut against, maybe I will need to do little, if any, processing of the pieces. We'll see. And this is the other 7 right here. So yeah, doubling up on the work now just means a more seamless experience building it all together. So E7, F4, F6. Let me just spot check the cuts on these pieces. Yeah, and especially for like accessories, I'm not nearly as concerned as like the main body. the accessories are not something I expect to be a prominent feature 100% of the time like the body is. So I'm a little more careless with how I put these together, but I mean, it's still an important piece of the puzzle here. I'm not going to completely forsake my duties in putting it together. Okay, so F4, F6 right here. Like, I'm fairly confident in saying she's gonna stay in her full Puni Mofu form for the most part. But to have the option to dress her down, though, is very nice. And I mean, overall, I do really enjoy this design. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably good to just take it step by step like this. So this... Oh, fits together here. Just kind of looks silly the way it's represented in the instructions here. And then this fits here. Okay, I see the vision. I absolutely see it. And then E6, F2. Oh wait, no, I'm skipping a step. F7, E4. Seven. Seven. E4, easy enough. So we're basically press fitting guns in these first two steps here, and then we're mainly accessorizing after the fact. Which I am totally cool with. So this gets fitted into this piece right here. And then it gets attached right here. That's a lot of moving parts, all just fitting together there. Convenient. Let's see. And yeah, the barrels can start going in. It rotates a bit, that's cool. So you could do like an action shot. Okay, so you point down here. pressed together all around here. And then your little cartridge goes there. Very cool. Okay, I think the rest of this can just start coming off. That'll be a wide cut there. And these can just be right on it. The angle is a little awkward on that piece. I know exactly what these pieces do. Won't need a lot of hand holding for this. Let's see, does it go point backwards or forwards? Backwards. Oh, that looks so cool. Oh, spent. And then cutting wide on the side. But cutting flush right here. And then let's make this mag. Beautiful. Easy. Press, fit, and attach. And now, yeah, let's clean these up before I go anywhere else. Might make more sense to double snip here. Well, no, it doesn't come out much cleaner. We are absolutely gonna need to file this down a little bit. Where'd you go? Right here. Yeah, I'm just hitting it broadside here. There's no need to be too concerned. So yeah, once this smooths out, get that fingernail in there to clean her up. The gun has cat ears. This is crazy. Look at that. Oh, wow. So, I mean, overall, the build has been very fun. A lot of the fun has come from the novelty of it being a Puni Mofu series build versus any other build. For a Megami Device kit, I'd say this is a pretty standard build as far as difficulty goes, but it's been absolutely charming working within the Puni Mofu line. Like, I wouldn't go as far as to say that this has been my favorite build this year. I would say that's still currently reserved for the Grande Gorai I made earlier this year. But that being said, it does stand alone in its own right for just being what it is. Because it's a very whimsical experience putting together a Puni Mofu kit. Like, with all of the Megami Device kits, you kind of get a more gritty, I suppose, perspective. The kits are all very, this is the family of kit we are, and we all have a more serious vibe. But, like, Puni Mofu feels like it's absolutely just trying to be more fun overall. And that is currently the biggest selling point to these kits for me. And not even saying I don't like any of the other Megami Device lines or whatnot, because that's absolutely not the case. Like, the cool factor in all of them is unparalleled, honestly. But they don't have the same level of charm that the Puni Mofu kits do, for sure. Like, I would kind of liken it to, I mean, not from a difficulty perspective, but more of an aesthetic perspective. Like building a regular Gundam kit versus like an SD Gundam kit. Like, the aesthetic and vibe is definitely more cutesy and, you know, just a different perspective on the model kits you know and love. And Puni Mofu's less of a flanderization, I guess, of the original designs, because they are all completely original in their own right. But it has that same air of just whimsy, I guess. Okay, that looks pretty good. Slap this on the barrel here. That's one completed gun. Ooh, these cuts were rough. Rough and to the quick, too, so I'm like trying to resuscitate them more than anything else. That's about, I think, closest I'm gonna get with that one. Barrel number 2. Locked and loaded. So, oh, it looks like there's a piece you can use to join these together as well. That's pretty cool. Let's be comprehensive about this build, because I would like to see how this manifests exactly. So L85. Got 5 right here. And 8. Aha! Which means 7 should follow suit shortly after. So may as well clear out this runner. Okay, that is all good there. Q2. Yep, this big guy right here. And yeah, I'll just hit these with my fingernail. It's fairly clean cuts otherwise. Okay, that's 7. This is 8. That goes here. This goes here. Seven closes it up. And then Q1 times 2. Ooh. Hold on. Let's just cut you free quick before I do any more damage. Started pushing this out before it was ready to go. And then N1, N2, N1, N2. Aha. Okay. Other way. Just need to do this twice. Easy enough. Yeah, luckily the spot where I introduced some pressure whitening is completely covered up by this piece here. And so, yeah, slit, push, push. This should probably center with this slit on the side. Very small adjustments. And then I3, I1, oh, P2. The cute little paw finally has a home. Yeah, I noticed that early on and I was excited to see where that went. Okay, and it's paw up. Like so. And then I1, I3. Oh, are we turning this into like a staff? That's interesting. Or more like a hammer? I don't know. This is a little nebulous to me. Find out more, I suppose. See, that'll need a little bit of processing. That's nearly a burnt runner. There we go. That's rounded enough. Arrow pointing downward. Good. What comes next? This pursuit of excellence. Aha. So, this goes on top. And oriented like this, these handles get inserted like this. So is this like a witch's broom? Almost? This is very interesting. I'm fascinated by what it's trying to accomplish here at this point. Interesting. You can turn her into Mega Man. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, so this can just be a staff. So, yeah, let's... Let's see, how posable can we get these arms? Because I feel like it wouldn't be too hard to maybe have her, like, ride this as kind of like a broom of sorts. Let's see. Yeah, I think... I just need to be very careful with lining up the hands. And then getting the rest of the posing to kind of fall into place. Because... yeah, I mean, it's... I really do think it is doable. It will be a lot easier to do once got it in one of the hands too. Okay, so... I mean, it fits, and she sits. Oh my gosh, I think it is working. This goes crazy, hold on. I can't believe it. It's working. Now if only I could get her hips to lower a bit more. I mean... yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good pose, honestly. And then if I can just tilt her... wait, no, her hair would probably cheat more. No... no, it would follow her head more, like this. And then... she'd likely... oh, we're getting somewhere. Hold on. I think I cooked here. Look at that. I could probably do with posing her legs a bit more. Like this one, just... yeah. It works. I love it. Could probably do with, yeah, rotating a bit more. Bring her down a bit for a lower center of gravity. Oh, that one didn't need to shift. That was a mistake. Maybe down a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Straighten out her hair a little bit. Puni Mofu Lang. Complete. Now, does it stand? Oh, it does! Oh, this is perfect! Yeah, I'll definitely be taking some pictures tonight. I love this. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, that was the Puni Mofu Lang. Got completely through the manual here. There's a lot of dynamicism to her model as well, so I mean, the amount of posing I can do and the amount of fun that can be had is so much more than just what I have done here. That being said, I do believe that I'm going to call it there with the stream today.